Good morning and welcome back. So, yesterday I was playing around with basically data most of the time, and I loaded in the dialog from a data table. So if we go here, blueprints. Yeah, I have this data table here with all my dialog lines that I have in here at the moment. Most of them are, all of them at the moment are from the old man dialogue. So the next step would be to add more to this table and then add some kind of filter when I'm creating the actual table for the character in this blueprint here. Because at the moment I am doing this. I'm clearing my list and I'm getting the row names and I'm going through all of them. And then I am setting the rows. Then I'm getting the data from the rows and setting my dialog data from that. So this is a small problem because I need to filter out the rows for the right character. So on the character, I need another variable, and this would be character filter name. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. I am sorry about that. It was an important phone call. Okay, where did I leave off? Oh yeah, the thing is, I need to get this variable here. This needs to be a name. And I looked up what name is. Name is basically simplified string. And before I do all this here, I need to filter out the name. So we need to push this over and add a branch. And the condition is our row name. And let's see, does it have something like contains? Array contains item. Yeah, okay, we can convert it to a string and then we can do this. So this needs to be a string. Okay, and then we have our filter name here. And if that name string contains our filter name, then we want this to happen here. And this needs to be exposed at spawn or on spawn. And if I go here to my test character, I should be able to set that. Yeah. And if we save this, we should see the same dialog we had before. Because at the moment we only have lines for the old man in our dialog table. So it's only old man lines. And here we have our dialog. So that still works. Gets interesting when we change we add more dialog lines and see if that's somehow added to his line or not. But it shouldn't be. So the next thing I want to fix is the fact that our um, our conditions are not set correctly. And the conditions I save in my game mode, which I only have access to when the game is running. So the thing is, I'm not 100% sure if they are changed correctly. So the thing is, when I'm starting the game, and I'm selecting my game mode, I have the condition list here. And here I have the talk to old man condition. And this should be changed once I talk to him. The moment the value is false, and once I talk to him it should be set to true, which for some reason does not happen. So we need to have a look at how that is done in here. And I think I see the flaw in my logic here, because I am only doing commands on player lines. Things I have this here do dialog commands, and I'm doing that when I'm clicking one of the player lines and doing it for the line itself. So the way I set up the dialog, the command is done in an owner line, basically in the line of the character you as player talk to, but I don't call the do commands for that. So since I don't want to change the whole thing and be able to set dialog commands on our on the owner, we need to change this part here. And for that, I'm moving this up here. I need to move all this over a bit. So let's add branch here. And as a condition, we use this, do commands. And if that is true, then we copy that over. So if that's true, we need to cast to the game mode. Then we are doing the commands, and for that we need the command list here. And then we do the get child list, all that here. So the next thing we need to do is tidy this up a bit. And we can move this below. Sorry about that. Sneezing is not something I want to confront you with. And we need to connect this to here as well. So once the autosave is done, we can connect that. Okay, so hopefully this works in setting our command here. Let's see. Before we talk to him, let's select our game mode and our condition list so that we can see, okay, we haven't talked to the old man yet. And now we go in here and it is set. Awesome. Okay, that was the only problem there. So now, if we talk to him again, we should get a different dialogue. Even though that's not loaded correctly. Okay. So we need to check the data and our script here for the dialogue itself. But the conditions are set correctly. That's one thing we can rely on there. So let's go in here. And here the check that. So the value we are getting here okay, that looks okay. So we need to check the data itself on the dialogue. Not sure which line it is. Oh, okay, I just selected the right one. And oh, it's talk to old man. So the sorry, this data here is wrong. This is correct, talked to old man. But here I made a mistake in the data itself. So let's fix that. Okay, it still cannot find the right dialogue here. But let's see if this is let's select that one. His condition, it's still a talk to old man. Hello, how are you? So we need to change it in here. I'm better. Less coughing, less sneezing, so bit less dying. So now we should be able to get the second dialogue. Okay, there we go. Fixed. Okay. What's the next thing we could do? I need to fix the data itself. Oh, no, that's the wrong one. So let's edit that. Let's take the source. And also let's fix this here as well. So the system works. Another thing I want to find out if I can have commas in my lines here and it filters them out correctly and not use them to cut up the string. So let's save this as text table. Let's set that. Yep, I want to do that. Yep. And let's do this. It's doing all the text cells are cited. Yeah. So let's see if that's giving us proper table here. Oh, I forgot to set that. Let's see if that works first, because I'm not sure if it does. So let's go here and re-import that. Failed to re-import, okay. So okay, nothing in our output log about that. So I think it cannot deal with the lines there. So, and I think the commata in here are still a problem. But let's change this because I forgot that. Okay. Rest is set okay. Ah, okay. I know why this is happening, because we still have the sound file and sound file links in here. I need to delete those. Even though yeah, no, I can delete those. I don't need them in here. Let's try it without this option here and see what we get. No, I don't think so. Go for it. I like to see stuff. Yeah, here you have a problem. Oh, that's nice. When I have a comma in there, then it's using the quotes, otherwise it doesn't. Interesting. So let's see if that works. If we can re-import that one. Failed to re-import. Nice. I like the goblin face. I have something similar in here. So as soon as we are in range, he will follow us. And if he loses sight of us, like in this case, he's going back to his starting point. And though I think I'm stuck here at the moment. Yeah, I think I'm stuck. No, I can't get out here. So he should be back in his cave. Yeah, but the difference is that my AI won't attack me, but yours has to, as far as I understood that. Oh no, he's just standing around here. Didn't really walk back home. And I think he's stuck here. Okay, so mine is not really doing the same thing because mine gets stuck. Awesome. Let's try this again. No, you don't have to. Thing is, my game is non-violent and no fighting and stuff like that in here. So it's just standing next to us, looking at us strangely. Yep, definitely. Can still see us. And there he is. He's following us again. Oh no. Let's see. Okay. Is there a way to get rid of him? I'm hiding. Oh. He was about to go away, but then he found us again. Where is he trying to go? And why is he so big? I knew something was wrong about him. He's as big as the other characters. But he should be about half the size. Maybe he wants to join the cult of the circle dancers as I can't pronounce the name. Viewer yesterday called it Circle Dancers, Cult of the Circle Dancers, when they're all standing around here. Yeah, apparently. I mean, I look like one of them, so maybe he just mistook one of the guys in the black shirt for me. I think they integrated him in their cult. Where is he trying to go? I think he's trying to find a way back to his home position, but he's kind of lost. Oh no, now he's back to following us? No. I think he's confused. Wait, did he start chasing girls? Damn it, Derek, you shouldn't do that. Ooh, nice. Oh, we call it an imp. Interesting. And that's the other thing you wanted to show. Ah, okay, the dash or roll. Yep. I mean, I like it, but the that the NPC is crazy and has a mind of his own. But sometimes he should do what I tell him to. This is looking interesting. Yeah, it's a bit hard to see without references that he's dashing. Yep. Oops. Okay. What's the next thing I want to do here? I think I want to get the other dialogue in here, which means I need to write a bit of dialogue. Good morning. Hello. Yeah, it's better that you can see these. Okay, he's moving away from it, moving a bit faster. Even though it's more of a roll than a dash. Yep, like it. Ah, okay, okay. Then it makes sense, yeah. Oh, that reminds me. I need to create another data table for my items and all that stuff. Oh, yes. The joys of data tables. Um, Speaking of which, let's go in here and yeah, that's the next big thing, the item database. My problem is that I didn't do that for the Unity build, so I need to start Unity to get the dialogues out of it. Because they are buried in some kind of data structure inside Unity. Um, and it's a bit hard to get them out. Oh, can you get me something as well? That would be awesome. Okay. And Unity takes ages to load, especially with Unreal running. But here I can show off my dialog editor again. Um, ah, it's yes, I know I have too many browsers open. Was it yesterday or the day before where I couldn't find the right window to get the reference I was looking for? So yeah, definitely I have too much stuff open that doesn't need to be there. But so far it works. So that's the awesome dialogue I was looking for, and I think I need to change everything of it. So this doesn't have any special data in it. So let's kind of recreate that. So this one has a condition, has no audio, it's not the end, and it's doing a command. Let's add our ID number here. Interesting. Yeah, I wrote this myself for Unity. And I'm thinking of maybe doing something similar for Unreal, but I'm not 100% sure if I need to. Because if I'm loading all that in from data tables, I don't need that anymore. Maybe I could find a way to create those data tables with some kind of program, but at the moment I'm using it this way. Hello, how are you? Yeah, I'm doing better, definitely. Now I don't want to use it. Don't want to create this in Unity itself, in Unreal itself. I mean, I want to create a program outside of it that just creates this data structure here that I have. So something similar to this, written in C# or something like that, but as a standalone program. Oh, interesting. I thought key binding is done in um, was a settings file somewhere. I thought this is saved when you make a build, and then you can have your action keys rebindable there. But I haven't looked into that yet, so I don't know anything about it. Yeah, I thought you could access those and then change them the way you want them to. Oh, good to know. So once I'm at that stage, I need to look into that. But I'm not at that stage yet. Okay. Let's see what our condition. Don't have it open. What does our condition look like? What did I call it? Talk to God. Okay. Yeah, I want to look at that once I'm getting to it. The moment I'm focused on getting the game to run and have all the mechanics in, and once that is done, I'm going over to creating menus for pause menu, start game menu, and stuff like that. And in that big area, I will look at options menu stuff. But I'm not sure when that will be, so. So this is 25 and 126. And it's that big a number because I'm using the first two numbers here for identifying what it is. So 10 at the beginning is a dialogue, 20 at the beginning will be an item. So that I can use the same ID system for all throughout the whole project, basically. And these are just to filter them out and so that I know what they are, basically. If they are owner lines or player lines. So, and they need to be unique, so I can use them as keys inside of Unreal. The thing is, I found parts of it, but I found no real explanation how these parts work together. So that's kind of why I didn't use it. I think they recently added that. What I saw was, is it in here?
This is a
It's Excel stuff. No, that's something different. I need to sort this out here. Damn it. Too many browser windows open. Do I have in here? Is it here? No, it isn't. Yep, definitely. Oh, I can close that because that is done. Don't need that anymore. Okay, it's not here. Okay. It was on a different monitor. Yay! So it's some kind of system that's based on behavior trees. But that's a user-made plugin. That's not the system that's in the engine itself. I was looking through the blueprints here, and there was stuff. Yeah, I know. Here, play dialogue 2D, play dialogue at location, spawn dialogue, but it's tied into the audio system mostly, and I'm not sure how this would work. The rest of these this here is dialogue sound wave proxy, dialogue voice, dialogue wave. Those are engine stuff. The rest is mine here. I mean, the thing is, it has this context here, so if I make that, yeah, it's a bit, so the thing is, somewhere there needs to be an explanation what that is, how that works, stuff like that, but I haven't found it yet. And I haven't looked at the live streams they did recently, so I don't know, it's somewhere there. That sounds cool. Um, I mean, my system can do that as well, kind of. And thing is, I'm using conditions for my lines. So if I'm writing dialogue here, I can check for a condition is male or is female or is male 0, basically. And then have a different line for female characters as for male characters and stuff like that. I can even add in some kind of it's called racial comments for elves, trolls, and stuff like that. So if the player is an elf, then I have a different dialogue line because the guy you're talking to is a bit of a racist in that regard. Okay. Yeah, like I said, I haven't found any documentation on that yet. And I haven't looked at the live streams. It's in the API that I know, but I haven't found the right thing yet for that. And as you can see, sometimes I don't know what I have open somewhere, so I need to kill a few tabs. Yeah, I know. It's on line 3. And that's basically the answer to none of your business. Oh, that reminds me. I should add a condition, condition, so that we can anchor the guards and have that condition set. So if I'm going this route, talking to the first guard in town, oh yes, definitely, yeah. Oh, okay. So I might look into getting another condition in here. You already have one condition that is armed. So if you have a weapon equipped, you might get different dialogue options. And if you have a clock, then you will get a clock on the UI. If you have a compass, you will get a compass on the UI. And if you have a map, then you will have access to a map in game. But those are not standard from the start. So let's add a line here. So if we anchored the guards, then we can set that condition. Which means I need to save this and also save the condition names here. Okay, let's see here. If we re-import this, failed to re-import. Why? Damn it. Oh, I think it's open. That's why we can't do that, I think. Let's try this again. No. Why did it not work? Was it because I inserted it here somewhere and screwed up something? be strange. Yeah, but that's something different. Yeah, not exploding strings in this one. Oh, I know. Let's try this again, and now it worked. Couldn't import because it was open somewhere else. That's the problem there. So now we should have the angered guards in here. Okay. And as a result, we should have it in game as well. There it is. Okay. So I can use that now. Awesome. The power of data. So we can do a command here. Let's change this to 1. And set condition true. Angered guards. And this is 130. No. Let's play a line 3. Oh, and this ends the dialog. so it doesn't have a child here. And let's go to the next one. This needs to be capital P. Oh, this also needs to end the dialogue. And then we can add another dialogue if we talk to the guard already, that he's saying, oh, hello, it's you again. Or if we talk to the guard and angered him, yeah, we don't need to check for this condition here, just can check this one. So if that is true, we get a different dialogue, and if that is true, then we get another dialogue, basically. That's on our line 4. This has a condition. It's basically the same as we have for our old man up here. So the condition is talk to guard, and this is set to 1 or true, and this has let's add 2 children. And for that part I don't have any reference here, so I'm taking a bit longer to create that, because I'm changing it on the fly, basically. animation here. And let's end the dialogue here. And copy that over basically. And that's on line 5. don't need anything else here. Yeah, let's test that out. See if that worked. Because we need to do a bit of work for that to work. The first thing we need to do is copy this guy. Then change this to God. And we also need to change this here to Town Guard. And that should be all for this. But now I need to re-import the... First need to export this. And then close that. And here we need to re-import that. And now we have our Town Guard lines in here. Let's save all this. Let's see if it works. It doesn't work. Why does this not work? Let's see. I think I need to load this somewhere else. Might need to do this here. Just to make sure that it is reset and configured correctly. Because at the moment... Okay, now everything is in here. That's strange. Okay, now it works. Even though I have a typo in here. And if we talk to her again, we get this one. So it works. Awesome. Then we can walk over here and find the inn. And we need to move this guy here. Choose the right spot. Okay, let's rename this to Old Man. And that's the West Gate Guard. We need another person standing here. That's the innkeeper. Not sure if I have mesh for that at the moment. I mean, all these here are Infinity Blade enemies and characters and stuff like that, and I don't want to use those. Even though all of the characters at the moment are placeholders, so it doesn't really matter. But none of them really feel correct in that matter. So let's put her here. mean, she's a barmaid, but you can use her as an innkeeper placeholder. Oh, I just moved her. There, wait, where is it? To move the whole thing over here. And we need the whole dialogue for that character. But I think I will type that offline. So let's do something different here. Let's see. I could change my data for the items so that I'm loading them in as well. So what do we have here? Okay, we need the ID, we need the name, we need the value, we need the category and the description. We don't need the bold mesh because that's something I'm setting inside Unreal itself. So let's create another structure here. Let's call this item list data. Just realized I could have done this easier. Yep, delete that. Duplicate this. That way we just need to delete the world mesh and be done with it. So now we need to create a table for that. So yeah, I can't do that here. And we need this. Put this on a different monitor so I can read this. So we need the ID, the name, the value, inventory. Oh no, it's just category. And the description. Okay. And here we just need some kind of simple name. That I can copy for every item. So let's add in some simple items here. Just to see if it works. What are we using in here at the moment? I think I have the lockpicks here. Then I have the barrel. And I have a sword. Yep. Let's add those items and then see if we can get the data to them. So let's set the ID here as 200 and 100. This will be the ale barrel. Value of, let's put 100 here. Category is MISC. And I think I have a text here that I could use. Let's copy that. Okay. And simple lockpicks. Okay, let's keep that for the moment. And let's export that or save that as a list here. Or table as text, I mean. that as it is. And then close that. And in here we import our item table and we take our item list data and see if that works. And there it is. All set up correctly. And now we need to create a variable for the big item table in game. Let's change the scrolling text. Okay. Okay, now we need to get that data here into our item list so that we can just select that item and use it correctly. We don't need the test car here anymore. What we need is I think I will save it in the game mode or item database. So let's go here, open that up. And yeah, I think we need to create a list. That's the item. Yeah, let's call it item database. That's of type item data, and it's a list or an array of that. It's editable, exposed at spawn. Yeah, I think that's all we need there. And here on our construction script, we need to create another function where we load the item database. the first thing we do is clear that. We'll copy over this here because you're basically doing the same in the beginning. And here we are loading the item table. And then we get the data there. And here we break that list data. And here we are adding in the items. By making the item data here. So if the row is found, we are adding that. And this is basically just pushing this over. What we are not doing is assigning the belt mesh, because that's something we will do for each item. Apart from this, I mean, I could do it in here as well, but at the moment I'm assigning them on my own. So let's use that list here. And we have table, item, table, item, table. That's okay. And I think that's all we need to do for this. Let's check. Yep. Because this worked. This should work as well. And then here we need to actually do that. Okay. Now we still don't have the proper item, so in our item, let's see, we have our base item actor. Here we have an item reference. And we need to set that. Yeah, at the moment it's we are setting it on our own in the editor for each item, but I want to change that. So in our construction script, before we can use this to get the mesh data here. I want to set the other values. So in here I need to kind of get the item. So I think in our game mode we need another function. Get item data. And as an output, of type item data. And here we need to get that. So we also need an input for that. And think about this. I think I will put the item ID in here. Because that one is unique. So we're getting our database here. And doing a for each loop with break. And if our we want to break this array element, and here we want to branch. And the condition is if that's equal to the ID we get in here. Then we want to break. And we need a local variable here. Let's call it local item data. And if that's completed, first let's set this here. And let's change this to be single item data, not an array. Hello. And then we get the element here again. And assign that. And then we break. And if that is false, we are going through the rest. And as a result, we are getting this here with our local item data. So that the data will be empty when it's not found, basically. And if it's found, then we break out of the loop and we have the correct data. At least that's how far I understand for each loops with breaks. So now we can use that in our item actor. First, let's get game mode. Then we need to cast that to our first person game mode. And then here we need to call the function get item data. Which means we still need to have a variable here. Let's set this to item ID, which is an integer. It doesn't need to be additive from the outside, but we I think we can copy that over from there. So this needs to be set here. And then we need to set our item data, or item reference here. With that data. And then we are setting the static mesh. Even though I think I need to switch that around. I think we need to set the world mesh in our with the static mesh here. I think that works better. Because at the moment the world mesh is empty, so it will reset the mesh we set here. And we go to viewport and change this. So I think we need to turn that around. So we don't need to set that mesh here, but we need to Set this in here. So we need to set this again, basically. So let's remove that. Then we need to break it. And we need to make item data. And then we are assigning the static mesh here, which does not work. Why does it not work? The idea was sound, but for some reason I can't assign that. Yeah, maybe I need to do it this way. Which is a bit strange that we need to cast to itself. But the thing is, this is just the name of our variable here. And then we need to set the item data again. Now the item reference here again. And this time with the full data. So let's save that. And let's see if we create a child object of that. Set this to what was it? 200, 100. It's the barrel. And we set this one to our ale barrel. Then all this should work here. save that and give it a better name. Let's delete that. And change the reference. Okay. Let's see if that works. And if that works without problem, then we can just change the other ones, the other items, and then always create the items that way. Just setting the mesh that I want and the ID, and the rest will be loaded in from our table. Okay, here we have our ale barrel, and if I drop this, I'm not sure where it landed. If it landed somewhere at all. Not sure if that worked. Let's pick up this one. And let's look up here. Drop that. Okay. So it doesn't really work. So it's the world mesh is not correct. So a few things are broken in this. So we need to look into our inventory. First we need to do something else. Let's have a look at this. And let's have a look at the item reference. Okay. This is not set correctly. And this is not set at all. But this happens in the Let's take all this here and put it into a function. Because I want to do this here as well. Just to see if we get the proper data. Here's our item, make the barrel. Here it is. Item reference. Nope, that's not set. Okay. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. So, why are they... is it not working? So let's go through the thing. Let's go through all the scripts here. So we have the inventory here, but that's not... So the thing is, it's not filled in to begin with, so it's something we are doing wrong with our data. So we need the data handling that's in here. Okay, we're getting empty data there because the ID is wrong, I think. And let's open the... item table up again. And that's 200, 100. Okay. In our child here we have no access to that, so we need to make this editable and expose at spawn. That's what's going wrong there. So the ID is set correctly. But still cannot find it. Let's start this again and have a look. Yeah, it's not set at all. Oh, let's do something else here. Let's see if our game mode has the right data. Because if that's wrong here, then... yeah, okay. That makes sense. We don't have any data in here, so it can't check any data on the item. So we need to have a look at that. So in the construction, we are loading that, but for some reason it doesn't work that way. So I need to load it in here. Let's see if we get that data now. Yeah, now we have this. We have 3 elements in here, and the item data should be okay. Okay, it didn't change the mesh. So if we drop this, nothing happens. Okay, so we still have problems in there. Interesting. First time that I get that. So let's change that in our mesh root has to be movable. Interesting. Let's see if our inventory system works now, or the rotation of the item in our inventory, because that was one of the issues I had with the system. Okay, this works now. Awesome. But it's setting the wrong item because the item data is not set correctly. Yep. But we can twist it around and have a look at it. So that was the whole problem with that whole system. Good that we fixed that. But the thing is, it should set the data correctly, and the data is still not set correctly here. So let's see here. Okay, we have this set up, but for some reason the world mesh is not set. But the rest looks okay. Not sure why this is not set. And let's let's have a look. What do we do here? We don't need. Let's save this. Let's close that. Okay, here we have the database, and most of the starting data is set. Can move this over here. What's not set is the reference here for our world mesh. Okay, this is a static mesh component reference, and we need the static mesh reference from that. So I don't think we need to cast it here. I just think we need to get the static mesh from it. And then we can set that. Well, let's try that. And now we have this set correctly here. So we should be able to pick this up. Twist this around. And drop it. Okay, it didn't drop correctly. So let's have a look at that. So data is okay, but okay. Let's go to that inventory component. Which is here. Event drop item. Okay. Yeah, problem. I think we still need to have a reference to the base to the class here. Hello. So that we can set that correctly. Because I'm not sure if that works. If I'm taking this base there. Okay. And let's set the ID here as well. Yeah, not sure. Let's see what we can do if we go in here. Let's see, event graph. Let's save that and see if that changes anything with the ID set here. Could be that it couldn't find the right item because it's looking up the item here. Problem is it's overwriting the static mesh. So I think we need to we might need to have a different additional value here for the class, so it finds the proper class, but I'm not sure about it. Let's first see what we get. No. One thing is a bit strange. I think I haven't set that correctly. There's supposed to be the text and the description here. I think I need to fix that first. And then if we try to drop that, nothing happens. Because I'm not sure if the data is set correctly in our inventory itself. Okay, I see a problem here because this should have the proper item data and it's setting the text, but the text is not changed at all. Not good. Oh, it's the wrong one. Need to look at the normal one. Okay, that looks better. Well, let's try that one. Let's compile that. Yeah, it's a bit better. It still looks a bit strange, but things we still don't get the text here. Why? So for some reason the data we get in here is not correct. So when it's added to the inventory, which would be in our player character. Grab item, use item. Open inventory. I mean, something is there, but not everything we need. So let's start this. At the moment we have 0 items in here. So let's grab that. Now we have 1 item. And that item is our barrel. So the data in our inventory itself is correct. So let's have a look at this. So inventory item Harvard is not changed at all. So nothing is happening here. Yeah, this is empty for some reason. But the data here is set correctly, so I'm not sure. Oh, damn it, I closed that. Okay, they are. Swords are not shown anymore because I haven't set them up correctly. And lockpicks are gone as well. Okay, let's do that first and then we can do the rest. So these two are I think we just need to change the static mesh here to the sword. I don't know which one I used. I think that looks about right. Could have been one of the other ones here. I think it was this one. And the next thing we need to change is the ID in here. So this is our sort is this ID. Okay, we have the sort there, and for some reason we have a sort here, but I think that will be changed when we play. At least I hope it will. Nope. This key is a sort. Okay, now we have the lockpicks here. And this is still a sort. This one as well. Okay. I wanted to have a look at the inventory again. Okay. This item to show here is for some reason not set correctly, I think. The thing is, it should be correct because the name is displayed correctly. Okay, it's correct in here, but I'm not sure if this is brought over correctly. Because for some reason this text isn't set at all. Let's change that, even though this should be the same. Because we're getting the mesh, so that works. But the text is not shown correctly. Yeah, no text. I have an idea. I think this is invisible text here, so let's set this here. Set that as visible as well. Let's see if we get it now. Okay, there we go. It was just invisible, that was all. Even though this is cut off for some reason, so I need to make this bigger. Okay, so this works now. This is kind of a problem here. I think I know, because this has not... Yeah, there isn't the right category for this. Let's exit out and let's have a look at the sword. It's set as weapons. Why is it that... Is that not set correctly then? Okay, each element here we are going through, breaking the item data, and then switching through the categories. And for weapons we are going through, going in here. We are checking if that's a weapon, and then we are displaying it. Hello. I am using Windows 10. I didn't set this right. I mean, this is also wrong. This is supposed to be a key. Let's see, what does our data say for the lockpick? Okay. That's why it's wrong. Yeah, it couldn't find this because categories called weapons. Okay, now it's the right category here. Let's start this again. Pick up all the items. That's another problem. And for some reason we don't have the key here as a key item. And we have duplicates here. Okay. The set as keys, the set as weapons, and the set as misc. So the table is correct. Or the database. This is also set to keys, but all this data will be overwritten on creation, so that's not a problem. This one, I think it's something in here. It's just setting the text, and one thing we can change is the font here. Let's make this a bit bigger. Let's do something here. Let's take all this and collapse that to a function. And that's what is this doing? Category button. Oh, it's setting the items for category. And this one needs an input. So it works correctly for what we want here. And that is category. It's inventory category. And the rest is always the same. In this case it's weapons. Here we have consumables. And it's a bit different for all, so I will leave that as it is. Let's delete all that. It's clothing. Books. Keys. And miscellaneous. And then we can make this a bit smaller here. problem is here. Because this is called every time we want to add category button, and we don't know if there's already one there, so we need to somehow figure that out. So up here we are checking, we are creating this here for each item, then we are adding that. So basically calling this on the wrong time. I think we should call this only when we completed this. Because our data is set here, so this will only be called once for every thing here. And here we go to the sequence and check if we need that or not. So I think that's better there. And that means we don't need a sequence here. Let's try that. Okay. Now we have all here. We have weapons, keys, and MISC. Okay. And this is still not working. I mean, we have one sword less, but it's not created. So the drop item here. And that's in our player. Let's go to the player. No, it's not in here. So it's in here. So we have the inventory. Okay. Oh, okay. I think when I'm trying to drop more than one item, then they are dropped in different angles and stuff like that. So that's it, I think. But I can't do that yet. Let's get this. Get actor location. Print string. Let's print the location here. Oh, gets a proper location, but let's add a bit to that. build ourselves a debug string here. And let's make this pink. And let's also get the player location. Oh, we need to add another pin to this. I'm sorry if this is confusing. It's just trying to build this debug string here. It's not anything important there. Just want to have the item location, the item name, and the player location, so that I can see if it's dropping below the player and falling through the terrain, or if it's dropping a completely different location. So it is here somewhere. Okay. That's the problem. It's there, but it's not setting its mesh. That's why we can't see it. So the data for the mesh is wrong. So the item reference we have here has a broken mesh data. So let's try something else. Let's pick up this and let's have a look in our inventory. Here we have the mesh data. That's correct. So as soon as we are sending it over to the inventory system, or when we drop it, this is not set correctly. No, I know where the problem is. Problem is when we construct the item, we are overwriting that. So it's a problem in our item itself, in our base item here. Yeah, here we are overwriting it. So problem is that we need that for the, when we put this into the world in the editor, then it needs to get all that data. But when we spawn it, we want to do something different with it. So we might change the actor there. this. Um, let's do something else here. Let's make another variable. Call this world mesh. Get a static mesh reference here. Compile that. And for the base class, I need to check if the world mesh is set or not. And if that is set, then we are using that. Otherwise, we are using this here. Let's move this over. And if that is valid, then we use that. Let's move this over here. Let's break that link there. And yeah, if it is valid, we are going here. If it's not valid, then we are setting that to the mesh we have here. And then we can set this here. And in here, you're setting the world mesh. Let's try that. Nope. And drop this. Nope. Didn't change. Let's see if this... Does it give us... misc... Yeah, barrel drop. It is valid, but we don't see the result. I mean, it is there, that's the problem. So if we go here, have this item actor, and it has a proper world mesh. Wait, where is that? It should be visible, but it's not here. And it's not falling down, so that's a bit strange. But now we have this mesh set up correctly, so the world mesh is there. But we are not setting it. That's the difference. Okay. Thought I was forgetting something. So in our construction script, we need to set the world mesh. set static mesh. To our world mesh. That's the problem. At least I hope that's the only problem we have in there. Could be something else as well, but yeah, no. Now all of them are gone. Damn it. Set the sort here. Compile this. Oh, this is not good. Yeah, we need to delete that. Oh, we need to change the... Yeah, that one is broken. Because it's using the sort as its base class, and it should be using the this as base class. So if I'm looking at the barrel, it's using item actor, the sort is using item actor, and this is not using item actor. So that one is broken. I need to redo that. But as a placeholder it works at the moment. Okay, let's try this again. Even even though I'm way over time already. So let's jump up here. And let's drop the barrel. Yes! It works! And I even hit someone with it. Oh. Kind of hit myself with it, but it's just the model representation of myself, so yay! Okay, now I can run out here and back in here again to load in the interior, and then we can play around with physics again. I think it's stuck. So let's pick it up and drop it again. No. It's dropped too far away. Yay! Fun with physics. Okay. So that works now. And I still have that error, not sure where it comes from. And I think that's all for the morning at least. And I will be back for the evening stream in 3.5 hours. And then I might do... I think I will fix this key item here. So I'm recreating that from the base object, sort out a bit of stuff, and add some more items maybe. So another thing I could try to figure out is fixing the camera position on our character and switching between first and third person mode, because that's something I want to do at some point. Oh, and this is something I need to do at some point as well. Okay, but for now, like I said, I need to take a break. So, bye bye.